Recording in progress.
Kamusta yung ano, may wala pa? Hindi kasi 24 hindi talaga ako.
Oo. Maraming natin pagdating sa akin. Ay!
Napakita mo like ito yung right sabi mo.
Oo. Oo. Ay.
Sige, boss. No problem. Sige, sir. August, no? August 4 to 6. May time tayo. Just keep the 100 na lang mo. Sige, very good. Thank you. Andito na po sa we see each other here in front of the body. That's some coffee at the long. Salamat po daw. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Salamat ha. Thank you.
The session is now called to order. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walang pagsikta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga ating at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the invocation to be delivered by Representative Florida Rita Robes of the Lone District of San Jose del Monte City. Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavi, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro. Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranion, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Leito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suansing Horacio, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 309 members responded to the call.
With 309 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 76, dated May 23, 2023, and Journal Number 77, dated May 24, 2023, were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading of the said journals. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The journal number 76 and 77 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, consequently, I move that we approve Journal Number 76, dated May 23, 2023, and Journal Number 77, dated May 24, 2023. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
That's already been approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the committee reports and communications for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 8306, promoting positive parenting in all settings, by Representative Co. Angelica Natasha.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 8307, amending abuse against chastity by renaming the felony to sexual harassment by public officers, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 8308, authorizing the DOH to carry out programs and grants regarding the prevention and management of asthma and related respiratory problems for low-income families and communities, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill numbers 8309 to 8311 and 8313 to 8319, establishing several TESDA training and assessment centers in Camarines Sur, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8312, granting benefits and privileges to junior citizens, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 8320, institutionalizing the Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino program, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 8321, renaming the Benham Rice as Philippine Rice, or Talampas ng Pilipinas, naming the undersea features therein, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 8322, encouraging and promoting the use and development of satellite-based technologies for internet connectivity, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 8323, enhancing accessibility in the voting of senior citizens, persons with disabilities, pregnant women, and indigenous peoples, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 8324, establishing a total ban on the importation of wastes, providing means for its enforcement, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 8326, creating the Philippine Palm Oil Development Authority, by Representative Sakdalan.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8328, to establish a grant program to provide comprehensive eye examinations to children, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill numbers 8329 to 8333 and 8335 to 8340, establishing several TESDA training and assessment centers in Camarines Sur, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8334, declaring the 8th day of May of every year as a special working holiday all over the country to honor the public utility vehicle drivers, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 8341, granting women equal opportunity to athletic scholarship and to prizes of sports, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 8342, strengthening the Philippine Sports Commission, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill numbers 8343 and 8345, establishing several TESDA training and assessment centers in Camarines Sur, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8344, providing for the evaluation of public and private programs in order to reduce the rate of teenage pregnancy, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 8346, requiring a report regarding the effects of environmental factors on women's health, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 8347, creating a national women's business enterprise, by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 8348, upgrading the salary grade of dentists employed in the public sector, by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 8350, an act amending certain provisions of RA number 10121, entitled An Act Strengthening the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management System, providing for the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Framework, and institutionalizing the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Plan, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Co. Elizalde, Matugas, Suarez, and Bongalon.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 8351, declaring the Maramos section of the Angat River system located in San Mateo, Norzagaray, Bulacan, an ecotourism destination, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 8352, requiring and regulating the use of wearable body cameras and dashboard cameras by law enforcement officers in the course of conducting a search or making an arrest, by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 8353, institutionalizing the expanded tertiary education equivalency and Accreditation Program by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8354, amending certain provisions of the Oil Pollution Compensation Act of 2007 by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 8355, establishing OFW ward to be known as the Bagong Bayani Ward in every government hospital by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8356, exempting qualified indigent Filipinos from payment of professional examination fees by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 8357, providing for a Magna Carta of tricycle drivers and operators by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 8358, creating an agricultural pension program to provide social security and pension benefits to farmers and fisherfolk by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8359, declaring the 5th of May of every year as a local non-working holiday in Dumangas, Iloilo by Representative Biron.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Resolutions, House Resolution 1014, directing the House Committee on Energy to conduct an investigation regarding the compliance of the Department of Energy with its legal mandate to enforce the LPG Industry Regulation Act by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1017, congratulating and commending Nigel Potencioso, Kelly May B. Villarin, Lawrence Sucano, and Leonard Lewin Medel for placing in the top 10 of the 2023 Medical Technologist Licensure Examination by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 1018, congratulating and commending Velez College, Cebu Doctors University, and Southwestern University, FINMA, for being top-performing schools in the 2023 Medical Technologist Board exam by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 1019, urging the House, through the appropriate committee, to conduct an investigation on the recent fire incident at the Manila Central Post Office, considering its significance as an important cultural property, by Representatives De Venecia, Gomez, Co. Angelica Natasha, Alonte, Rodriguez Rufus, Aumentado, Benitez, Legarda, Maceda, Nograles, Margarita, Singson Mihan, Barba, Bautista Lim, Del Mar, Villarica, Velasco, Bolilla, Ataide, Verzosa, Konghun, Singson Rochelle, Veloso Tuazon, Arenas, Fernandez, Barbers, Robes, Vergara, Quaresma, Swansing, Micaela Angela, Mercado Revilla, Rama, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Villar, Swansing, Horacio, Abante, Castro Jane, Rosas, Manuel, Castro France, Nisay, Go Mark, and Garcia Jose Arturo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1020, congratulating and commending Samuel German, Juliana Shane Sevilla, and Joseph Godbout for winning in the UIPM 2023 Southeast Asia Championships held in Pattaya, Chonburi, Thailand on May 19 to 21, 2023 by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1023, urging the Committee on Health, Committee on Women and Gender Equality, and other appropriate House committees to look into the increasing number of breast cancer cases in the country with the intent of supporting early detection programs, increasing breast cancer awareness, and ultimately arresting the third most fatal type of cancer in the Philippines by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1024, directing the Committee on Agriculture and Food, Committee on Energy, and other appropriate House committees to look into possible government interventions in the light of the impending return of El Nino in 2023 by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1025, directing the Committees on Health, Women and Gender Equality, and Sustainable Development Goals to conduct an inquiry into the rise of maternal deaths in the Philippines with the end in view of strengthening and ensuring easier access to healthcare services and programs to address maternal problems by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1026, congratulating and honoring Islay Erica Bomogao for winning 2 medals in the 2023 International Federation of Muay Thai Associations Senior World Championships held in Bangkok, Thailand by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, and Yap Edvic.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1027, congratulating and honoring the Philippine delegates on the 32nd edition of the Southeast Asian Games by Representative Duterte, Yap Eric, and Yap Edvic.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1028, congratulating and commending Carlos Edriel Coquiz Yulo as one of the best gymnasts and most bemedaled athletes in the Philippines has produced, thereby honoring the country with accolades in his quest for excellence in gymnastics by Representative Macapagal Arroyo.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate, message dated May 23, 2023, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1841 and House Bill 5110.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications, various letters, reports, and email submitted by certain municipal, city, and provincial governments regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated April 12, 2023 of the BIR Commissioners submitting to the House of Representatives their financial accountability reports for the month of March 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated April 28, 2023 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, transmitting to the House a copy of their quarterly report of revenue and other receipts for the quarter ending March 31, 2023.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Letter dated May 3, 2023 of the National Youth Commission Chairperson and CEO, informing the House that their report on the utilization of Sangguniang Kabataan Mandatory and Continuing Training Fund, Statement of Appropriations, Allotments, Obligations, Disbursements, and Balances as of quarter ending March 31, 2023 was posted on their website, Transparency Seal, on April 27, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated May 8, 2023 of the NIA Regional Manager submitting to the House a copy of the status of infra procurement implementation as of April 15, 2023 in the 1st District of Leyte.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Letter dated May 9, 2023 of the COA Commissioner Officer in Charge submitting to the House of Representatives a copy of their performance audit report entitled "The 10.89 billion Camp Fund Mitigated the Impact of the Pandemic to the 2.17 million beneficiaries, but the program implementation had faced key challenges," and was posted on the COA website.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated May 12, 2023 of the Prime World Digital Systems, Inc. Regulatory Affairs submitting to the House a copy of their annual report for the year ending December 31, 2022.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
Various financial and physical reports of operations submitted by the Municipality of Quezon, Province of Nueva Ecija, and Province of Isabela.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Committee reports. Committee Report 611 submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education on House Bill 8349. Committee Report 612 submitted by the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms on House Bill 8370. Committee Reports 613 to 620 and 621 submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolutions 1030 to 1037 and House Bill 8390 respectively. Committee Report 622 submitted by the Committee on Justice and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8392. Committee Reports 623 and 624 submitted by the Committee on Natural Resources and Appropriations on House Bills 8394 and 8395 respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business committee reports. Committee Report 625 submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and Appropriations on House Bill 8399. Committee Report 626 submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment and Appropriations on House Bill 8400. Committee Reports 627 to 630 submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolutions 1043 to 1046 respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the guest of Representative Del Corvera from 2nd District of Agusan del Norte, Ms. Gina Vargas, Head of Student Development, Welfare and Organization and Conduct, Dr. Nathalie Deminor, Principal, Ms. Paz Caluna, PTA President of CSU DLHS.
To the guests of the Honorable Dale Corvera, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the following guests of representative from Bicol Sara Party List, Congressman Brian Raymond Yamsuan. The guests are Rhea Yamsuan, Miko Yamsuan, Priscilla Yamsuan, and Nora Lennon, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of representative of the Bicol Sara Party List, Brian Yamsuan, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8325, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
House Bill. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8325 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8325, an act establishing the Overseas Filipino Workers Hospital as a Level 3 hospital under the direct supervision and control of the Department of Migrant Workers and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8325. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ho Angelica Natasha, Ho Elizalde, Ho Pilar, Ho Juanco Jaime, Ho Juanco Mark, Holada, Holiantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Cortez, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ho Olga, Ho Ricardo, Ho Wilton, Hong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, D, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kai Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Oaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Remisias Agabas, Humaren, Puno, Himbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Heves Arnulfo, Heves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Berzosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Biolago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri, Second call for consideration and third reading of House Bill number 8325. Advincula, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Ataide, Baronda, Barzaga, Bautista, Billones, Bondok, Calixto, Harry, Jojuanco Jaime, Jojuanco Mark, Dayang Hirang, De Venecia, Dimaporo Mohammed Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Duavit, Duterte, Garin, Gasataya, Gomez, Guico, Javier, Labad-Labad, Legarda, Libanan, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Martinez, Mendoza, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Paglas, Plato, Rama, Roman, Romero, Takdalan, Santos, Saulog, Tingson Richel, Suarez, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnulfo, Yeng, Tolentino, T. Unabia, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez,
With 255 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 8325 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8204, copies of which were distributed to all our members. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8204 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8204, an act providing the regulatory framework to conserve, protect, restore, and sustainably manage peatlands and their resources to enhance the country's resilience to climate change. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number...
Mr. Speaker, point of order. We could
Yes.
not hear what is being read for third reading. Can the secretary read it loud and clear so that everyone here will be able to vote in accordance to what the bill is? Can our speaker direct now the secretary to read loud and clear what is to be voted on third reading? Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. The Secretary is directed to read the title and the voting louder, please.
House Bill 8204, an act providing the regulatory framework to conserve, protect, restore, and sustainably manage peatlands and their resources to enhance the country's resilience to climate change. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8204. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asischo, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Paskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Pernos, Billones, Piron, Polilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Posita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Pulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko Jaime, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Pua, Cuaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Po Olga, Po Ricardo, Po Wilton, Ponghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kai Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Dumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Huaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Leito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yedamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suansing Horacio, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendel, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Cristiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8204. Advincula, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Atayde, Barzaga, Bautista, Billones, Bondok, Calixto, Kari, Juanco Jaime, Dayang Hirang, De Venecia, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Kiko, Labad-Labad, Tibanan, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Paglas, Pleito, Rama, Romero, Sakdalan, Santos, Singson Richel, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, T, Unabia, Vergara, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva.
With 268 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 8204 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 8144, copies of which were distributed to all the members pursuant to our rules. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to please read the title of said measure and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8144, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 8144, an act defining the crime of tax racketeering and providing penalties thereof, amending for the purpose Section 257 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8144. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondo, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Leito, Primicia Sagabas, Humaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8144. Advincula, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Ataide, Barzaga, Bautista, Bondok, Calixto, Cari, Cojuangco Jaime, Dayang Hirang, Divinesia, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Guico, Libanan, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Paglas, Plato, Romero, Santos, Singson Richel, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tieng, Tolentino, T, Vergara, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva,
Danes, Nisay, ito yung nasa dulo yung nakakuha si Bungalon. Hindi ko lang makilala itong isa. Tabo pa rin. Layo eh.
With 276 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 8144 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading House Bill number 7942, copies of which were given to our members pursuant to our rules. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the said title of the measure and after call the roll of members for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 7942 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 7942, an act establishing an agriculture information system in all cities and municipalities. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 7942. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Bellones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime, Co Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoo, Delipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Mohammed Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ho Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Oamenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tevez Arnulfo, Tevez Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration and third reading of House Bill number 7942. Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Ataide, Barzaga, Bautista, Bondok, Calixto, Cari, Cojuangco Jaime, Dayang Hirang, De Venecia, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Guico, Libanan, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Tevez Arnulfo, Tolentino, T, Vergara, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva.
With 280 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 7942 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Ana Victoria Veloso Tuazon from the 3rd District of Leyte. The following are from UP Law Class 116 Legal Method, namely Ms. Jashly Bolos, Ms. Lyra Cafino, Ms. Charmaine Corrado, Ms. Isabella Encarnacion, Mr. Jan Evangelista, Ms. Tyra Galam, Mr. Nabil Gatchalian, Mr. Jean Isip, Mr. Paul Maawa, Ms. Marie Monterrey, Ms. Teresa Rodriguez, Mr. Daniel Salita, Ms. Nicole Tadeo, Mr. Christian Tapia, and Ms. Camille Barbosa.
To the guests of Representative Ana Victoria Veloso Tuazon, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also please recognize the guests of the Honorable Representative Ron P. Salo of the Kabayan Party List from the Philippine Association of Salt Industry Network, Mr. Gerard Ko Konghun, Mr. Johnny A. Konghun, and Mr. Glenn John Ko Konghun.
To the guests of Honorable Representative Ron Salo, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also please recognize the guests of the Honorable Franz L. Castro of ACT Teachers Party List. They are retired teachers of Carino High School, Ms. Cecilia Pagia, Ms. Teresita Cruz, Ms. Daisy Santos, Mr. Angeles Villarosa, and Ms. Lilibeth Mangsal.
To the guests of Representative Franz Castro, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 7941, copies of which were distributed to the members and pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call for the nominal voting.
Is there any objection on the motion of the Majority Leader? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 7941 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 7941, an act promoting the development of the bamboo industry by strengthening the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, creating the Bamboo Industry Research and Development Center, providing incentives for bamboo plantation development, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 7941. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Pascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayin Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko Jaime, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Pua, Quaresma, Dagoop, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Frasco, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, O Olga, O Ricardo, O Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Dagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Lee, Ligarda, Dibanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Padrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendel, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Vilago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udivine Grace, UJ Sel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration, third reading of House Bill number 7941. Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Atayde, Barzaga, Bautista, Bondok, Kari, Kuhuangco Jaime, Dayanghirang, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Libanan, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva.
With 282 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 7941 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Representatives Ramon Guico Jr., Jordin Jesus, J.J. Romualdo, and Raul Boboy Tupas. We have today the AFP uniformed personnel. We have Lieutenant General Charlton Sean M. Gaerlan, Major General Ray B. Alemania, Major General Fernando M. Reyeg, Major General Ferdinand T. Barandon, Brigadier General Patriarch Robinson, Brigadier General Leo Edward Y. Caranto, Brigadier General Orlando O. Edralin, Brigadier General Patricio Ruben Amata, Brigadier General Alvin V. Luzon, Brigadier General Ulpiano T. Olarte, Commodore Wario C. Marayag, Brigadier General Michael G. Samson, Brigadier General Amado V. De La Paz, Brigadier General Aldrin S. Anani, Brigadier General Michelle B. Anayron Jr., Brigadier General Antonio C. Rota Jr., Brigadier General Donald M. Gumiran, Brigadier General Erwin A. Alea, Brigadier General Erwin Victoriano A. Machica III, and Brigadier Maria Dolores M. Lim. Also, we have Colonel Arturo Tugade, former DOTR Secretary. We have Colonel Juni J. R. Businos, Colonel Christian James P. Vino, Colonel Joe Boy D. Kindipan, Colonel Franco Rafael H. Alano, Colonel Ariel B. Kalahi, Colonel Windel Frederick Rebong, Colonel Manaros M. Boransing II, Colonel Antonio V. Burton, Colonel Renante D. Besa, Colonel Abdelalhim H. Sakilan, Colonel Romel S. Valencia, Colonel Bernard F. Pelobello, Colonel Albert C. Flores, Colonel Ben Domingo III, Colonel Cyril P. Dawaten, Colonel Ali A. Alejo, Colonel Virginia N. Ang, Colonel Marites L. Agliam, Colonel Raimundo C. Picot Jr., Colonel Melanio E. Somera, Colonel Melgival B. Hilao, Colonel Emerson V. Sumilang, Colonel Reynaldo S. Galang, Colonel Noli P. Kanashiro, Colonel Justito Jasper M. Pexon, Colonel Tante D. Anggagaw, Colonel Samuel C. Nadala Jr., Colonel Janet V. Lorena, Colonel Archie A. Ares, Colonel Arnold L. Gasalatan, Colonel Allen Van L. Estrera, Colonel Leo E. Katipay, Colonel Alan Edgar B. Orbito, Colonel Julito P. Garay, Captain James Francis Lugtu, Captain Hernani D.C. Lanes, Captain Aldrin Gakusan, Captain Benjo F. Negranza, Captain Roldidin Chris A. Serio, Brigadier General Benjamin D. Itao, Captain Julian B. Dolor, Captain Randy C. Hapitana, Captain Steve Morata, Captain Joseph Galvez, Colonel Tino P. Maslan, Captain Clyde B. Domingo, Captain Dexter P. Diego, Captain Ronald M. Pascua, Captain Alexander P. Balurin, Captain James S. Ramon Jr., Colonel Alan Angelo C. Tolentino, Colonel Omar Fridscan S. Alpa, Colonel Rene H. Sevilla, Colonel John Paul David S. Trajano, Colonel Mac Schwen M. Karingal, Colonel Claro M. Tamayo Jr., Colonel Alfred C. Sarmiento, Colonel Leopoldo E. Acerden the Fourth, Colonel Jeric A. Doliente, Colonel Richard B. Somera, Colonel Crisanto J. Naing, Colonel Jatoni Luke D. De Quiroz, Colonel Anselmo A. T. II, Colonel Villamor B. Costales Jr., Colonel Dennis Romel R. Hindang, Colonel Maribel B. Manangbao, Colonel Harold V. Hernando, Colonel Glenn S. Piquero, Colonel Jose Marie J. Sardeng, Colonel Encarnita Olivia A. Perez, Colonel Melchor Domingo P. Albarracin, Colonel Arthur P. Tugade, Colonel Josephine Alejo. That's it, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of our Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Representative Ramon Guico Jr., Jordan Jesus J.J. Romualdo, and Raul Buboy Tupas. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 7819, copies of which
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, what is the pleasure of the honorable gentleman?
may I just make a short statement, if I may, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, please proceed.
I just would like to thank the top brass of the armed forces in being here. And thank you for visiting the House of Representatives. I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, who are left in the headquarters of the armed forces.
The Speaker concurs with the honorable representative in his gratitude. Again, a big round of applause for our guests. Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 7819, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 7819 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 7819, an act declaring the maritime zones under the jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 7819. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan Ko Jaime, Ko Juan Ko Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella, Yudela Fariñas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Hunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Onchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes Rillo, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Diada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 7819. Alvarez Pantaleon, Atayde, Barzaga, Bautista, Bondoc, Cari, Cojuangco Jaime, Dayang Hirang, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Libanan, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva.
With 284 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 7819 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 7754, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 7754 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 7754, an act reverting fish ponds which have been unutilized or abandoned for a period of 3 years to forest lands, amending for the purpose Section 43 of Presidential Decree number 705, otherwise known as the Revised Forestry Code of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 7754. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Wangco Jaime, Co Wangco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, De Gooc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Mohamed Kali, De Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Go, Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Conghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Oamenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarberia, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Toriela, Teodoro, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration and third reading of House Bill number 7754, Alvarez Pantaleon, Ataide, Barzaga, Bautista, Bondoc, Cari, Coanco Jaime, Dayang Hirang, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Lebanon, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnulfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva.
With 284 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 7754 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we acknowledge the guests of Minority Leader Marcelino C. Libanan and Honorable J.C. Abalos of 4-Piece Party List. Here with us today are the Federasyon ng mga Barangay Kagawa ng Pilipinas, headed by the National President, Mr. Michael D. Mayol, Nestor T. Reyes, the National Executive Vice President, Ms. Maria Cristina C. S. Mendoza, National VP for Internal, Ms. Fedeliza M. Nasin, National VP External, Mr. John Gerald T. Abad, National VP for NCR, Mr. Melvin Dictado, National VP for Luzon, Lyndon Guba, National VP Visayas, Joselito Dandoy Ongkay, National VP for Mindanao, George Bisnar, National Secretary General, Kisha Colleen Ancheta, National Assistant Secretary General, Mary Joan M. Lopez, National Treasurer, Bong Flores, National PRO, Marites Deleste, National Secretariat, Micaela Mendoza, National Secretariat, and Mr. John Lester Parungao, National Secretariat.
To the guests of our Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan and Representative Abalos, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 451, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 451 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 451, an act encouraging corporate social responsibility, providing incentives therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 451. Abalos, Abante, Abunte, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Ataide, Mentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Burot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayin, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan Ko Jaime, Ko Juan Ko Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Taguok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Timoporo, Muhammad Khalid, Timoporo City Amina, Junicio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Cardos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Orturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goen Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guruseta, Gico, Gintu, Gullas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Honghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Dagon, Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes. Please proceed.
this representation votes no to House Bill 451, and I would like to explain my vote later. Thank you.
That's noted. Please proceed.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Velasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Onchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Madanigan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Eda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralfendel, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafete Luis Raymond, Villafete Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudi Vinigrace, Yudi Jason Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration, third reading of House Bill number 451. Alvarez, Pantaleon, Atayde, Barzaga, Bautista, Bondok, Kari, Huwaco Jaime, Dayanghirang, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Libanan, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Velasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva.
With 283 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 451 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you recognize the Honorable Manuel to explain his vote.
Yep. Honorable Manuel is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation votes no to House Bill 451, or the bill providing incentives for corporate social responsibility for the following reasons. First, the passage of this bill may allow corporations to use CSR events and activities as a means of improving their public image while still exploiting workers in the Philippines. This means that corporations can continue to underpay workers and subject them to poor working conditions while using CSR as a cover-up for their unethical practices. Second, there is a lack of clear regulatory framework in the bill that can prevent the use of CSR for corrupt practices and tax loopholes. This can lead to corporations using CSR as a means of evading taxes and engaging in patron clientelism. Last, what we need from corporations is for them to be accountable for the damage they do to our people and the environment. This includes paying workers a livable wage, providing suitable benefits, and ensuring safe and healthy working conditions. It also means holding corporations liable for the pollution, emission, and waste that their production causes. We should not give corporations the impression that CSR is a substitute for fulfilling their responsibilities to their workers and the environment. So for those three reasons, Mr. Speaker, I vote no to House Bill 451. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may I request that we acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Peter B. Miguel from the 2nd District of South Cotabato. They are Councilor Joash Ray G. Israel and Councilor Swain A. De Groot of the Municipality of Tibuli.
To the guests of Representative Peter Miguel, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I also request that we acknowledge the guest of this representation from a district from the municipality of Pola, province of Oriental Mindoro, the town affected by the oil spill incident. They are Mayor Jennifer M. Cruz, Vice Mayor Marvin T. Rivera, and Municipal Councilors Elizalde B. Sige, Lisandro Fetizanan, Jeremy Lincalio, Jerry Fetizanan, Agustin Rivas, Wilson Soleto, Romel Batan, and Celso Oliveros.
To the guests of our Honorable Majority Leader, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 198, printed copies of which were distributed to the members of the House pursuant to the rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 198 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 198, an act providing for the revised warehouse receipts law of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 198. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chonggalaw, Ko Angelica, Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan, Ko Jaime, Ko Juan, Ko Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimoporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimoporo, Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnelli, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Nepoli, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin, Liligarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 198. Alvarez Pantaleon, Atayde, Barzaga, Bondok, Cari, Cojuangco Jaime, Dayang Hiram, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Libanan, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villafuerte Miguel Luis.
With 287 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill Number 198 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8278, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill Number 8278 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8278, an act revitalizing the salt industry, creating a comprehensive plan for its development, providing incentives to salt farmers, producers, and exporters, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8278. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime, Co Juanco Mark, Colada Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Mohamed Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Naftali, Gonzalez Sandro, Gurseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad Labad, Lakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara Lizatin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanon, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Omenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Eda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela Suarez, Daliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Hotieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration and third reading of House Bill number 8278. Alvarez Pantaleon, Atay de Barzaga, Bondok, Cari, Cuanco Jaime, Deang Hirang, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Lebanon, Marcoleta, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnulfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villaferte, Miguel Luis.
With 287 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 8278 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8203, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8203 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8203, an act modernizing the Bureau of Immigration by defining its powers and functions, further professionalizing its organization, upgrading the compensation and benefits of its officials and employees, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 8203. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Dim, Benitez, Bernos, Millones, Biron, Borillo, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhayin, Bulbectang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayin, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Jaime, Ko Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de los Santos, de Paporo, Muhammad Gali, de Paporo, City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Difo Ostino, Ino, Difo Ostino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Cleo, Emmanuel, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Festedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garjola Green, Castaya, Gato, Christopher Go, Mark Goles, Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Gorseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Agidor Najares, Kuhatama, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Ko Hun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagun, Daphne.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Lagman, you recognize.
I vote yes and may explain my affirmative vote later.
Yes, that is noted. Secretary General, please proceed.
Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara Lasatin, Lili, Garda, Libanan, Lim, Kaichong, Loyola, Luis, Tor, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Anisa, Noel, Nograles Juan, Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Onchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernas, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia, Gabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Rimulya, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Rodriguez, you're recognized.
I vote yes for the modernization of the Bureau of Immigration, and I request to be called after the voting process to explain my vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. That is noted. Secretary General, please proceed.
Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Seda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdaran sa Calabaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, sa Limbangan, Salo, Salve Santos, Saulog, Silvero, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Talyado, Tamayo, Tamuntin, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambu, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariera, Chidoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendel, Tupas Tutorti, Umali Unabe Ungab, Valeriano Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafete Luis Raymond, Villafete Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villagos, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Udivini Grace, Jason Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration, third reading of House Bill number 8203. Alvarez Pantaleon, Atayde, Barzaga, Bondok, Cari, Coanco Jaime, Dayang Hirang, Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Libanan, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villafeto Miguel Luis.
With 287 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 8203 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman to explain his vote.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The law on the Bureau of Immigration is of Jurassic vintage. It was enacted during the Commonwealth period under Commonwealth Act number 613, otherwise known as the Philippine Immigration Act of 1940, or 83 years ago. Mr. Speaker, there is urgent need to modernize the Bureau of Immigration to make it comparable with similar agencies in other countries and place it in step with advances in communications and technology. It is also of critical immediacy to professionalize the personnel of the Bureau of Immigration and increase their basic salaries to incentivize immigration officers and other employees of the Bureau who perform frontline services in various airports and seaports nationwide, even during weekends and holidays. The bills on the modernization of the Bureau of Immigration and the upgrading of its personnel have been pending in the Congress for many years now. The importance of the Bureau of Immigration cannot be overemphasized. Its offices and personnel give the first glimpse of the country to tourists and foreign arrivals. It does not only protect the security and safety of the country from undesirable aliens and those with derogatory records. It is also one of the principal agencies responsible in the implementation of Republic Act number 92008, or the Anti-Trafficking and Persons Act of 2003. It is also in charge of the citizens' right to travel under the Constitution. It is an enduring partner of the Department of Tourism in the country's continuing campaign for more tourist arrivals, which have been significantly increasing in numbers. It is a revenue-generating agency. In 2023, its projected income is 7.021 billion, way above its current appropriation of 1,614,583,000. I vote yes to House Bill number 8203, or the Bureau of Immigration Modernization Act. Since the 14th Congress, I have consistently authored or co-authored similar bills on the modernization of the Bureau of Immigration. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully manifest to be included as co-author of House Bill number 8203. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez to explain his vote.
The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez is recognized.
Thank you, our dear Speaker and our Majority Leader. I was Immigration Commissioner under the term of President Erap Estrada from 1998 to 2001. When I became Congressman in 2007, that is about how many years ago, I immediately filed a bill to modernize the Bureau of Immigration. And because really it is Jurassic, it is obsolete, Colonial Act 613, 1940. But unfortunately, we have not been able to really push this and have this approved by the Senate. We also had before an approval, but in the Senate, the senators slept on this bill. Now we are here, and again, we are very thankful that the leadership has already included this for third reading, and the Speaker has made this in the list of those legislative agenda coming from the President and LEDAC. Now, what will we achieve here? First, we are going to reorganize the staffing pattern and the officers of the Bureau of Immigration, make them attuned to public service. And then we upgrade their salaries to make them, give incentives for them to work well and to be able to serve our interests of the nation. And then it has modernized, Mr. Speaker, the different visas and permits. These are all the kinds of visas before. There are now new kinds of visas that are envisioned by this bill. And so therefore, we say that this is long overdue. But however, Mr. Chairman, as I vote yes, let me cite. There are certain actions of the Bureau of Immigration that does not follow the constitutional right to travel of every Filipino. They still have this, inspection and trying to prevent offloading passengers because there are many other reasons. Immigration is the wind that will push everyone coming in if they are legal, and immigration is the wall that stops foreigners who come in for nefarious reasons or with criminal records. The Bureau of Immigration, Mr. Speaker, should allow the departure of all Filipinos who wish to travel abroad if they have a visa properly given. The immigration now is trying to play God by saying right there in the immigration counters, they will say, your visa is a tourist visa, but you look like a domestic. So where is your show money? My goodness, show money. Where is your round-trip ticket? So many requirements. I was in immigration at the first. It was a good policy to prevent, our Filipinos to have problems abroad. But after being in immigration, Mr. Chairman, I believe, when I came out with early in my term, I came out with a memorandum that the right of travel of Filipinos are sacrosanct. And if they are able to produce a visa properly and validly issued by the embassies and consulates here in the Philippines, they should be allowed to go. They do not need to look at the appearance of the passenger. They cannot order them to show them show money, make it having a secondary inspection. No, I have already experienced that, and that is a bad policy. It's just very important that our interagency against human trafficking are able to give to the authorities who are the syndicates in the Philippines in human trafficking and make sure that they cannot victimize our Filipinos living for abroad. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, those who are working abroad, they come here and they have to get an overseas clearance certificate that they have still contracts abroad. Unnecessary, Mr. Speaker. I have been abroad. I talked to our overseas Filipinos. It takes so much time. Namatayan na nga. Somebody has died in the family. They want to go home. They have difficulty because our PUA and our Department of Migrant Workers make it hard for them. There has to be another certificate of employment. They're already there, and they're already coming here. They've still a valid visa, working visa there. So all of this, Mr. Chairman, we have to make sure that our Filipinos have the chance to work abroad and to be able to receive good compensation as they render good service to our in foreign lands. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that with these two messages. First, let us have our Filipinos leave. Secondly, those returning should be able to go back without need of a certificate of overseas employment. Make it easier for our heroes. They are heroes, and then we're making it difficult for them. And so therefore, strengthen our anti-human trafficking, and therefore with those particular suggestions, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the Bureau of Immigration for this particular bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8214, printed copies of which have been distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 8214 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8214, an act establishing in the seat of Lucena, province of Quezon, a general hospital to be known as the Lucena City Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 8214. Abalos, Abande, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Agara, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbers, Ronda, Barzaga, Boscug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulbig, Tang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayin, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Cawagdan, Caldema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chongalao, Co, Angelica Natasha, Co, Rizaldi, Co, Pilar, Co, Juan Co, Jaime, Juan Co, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Dago, Dalipe, Dalog, Ang Hirang Dasa, de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Muhammad Khalid, de Maporo City, Amina, Junicio Domingo Duavit, Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emmanuel Verga, Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella, Yudela Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Judith Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goy Christopher, Gomark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzalo Sandro, Coriseta, Gigo, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Aquidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conjun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Dagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Di, Ligada, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luis Tor, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madron, Magsina, Malapitan, Mga Awang Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juanfel, Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Onchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Padanigan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primis, Agabas, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Yolo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Siede Marie, Romualdo, Romo, Roque, Sagdaran, Sagalabaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sari, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silvero, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Tagliado, Tamayo, Tambuntin, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Renus Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambutan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela Chidoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tuful Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Endel, Tupas Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Viloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, Yap Eric, Ludivine Grace, Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call for consideration, third reading of House Bill number 8214. Alvarez Pantaleon, Atayde Barzaga, Bondok, Kari, Juanco Jaime, Dayang Hirang Duterte, Garin, Gomez, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villaferte, Miguel Luis.
With 288 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill number 8214 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of all local bills pertaining to ecotourism zones and tourism destinations. House Bill 7549, House Bill 8033, House Bill 8034, House Bill 8035, House Bill 8036, House Bill 8063, House Bill 8064, House Bill 8065. Copies for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bills 7549, 8033, 8034, 8035, 8036, 8063, 8064, and 8065, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 7549, an act declaring Sinulom Falls and Bulao Cold Spring, located in Barangay San Isidro, Municipality of Talakag, Province of Bukidnon, as ecotourism destination. House Bill 8033, an act declaring Barangay Bukari in the Municipality of Layon, Province of Iloilo, an ecotourism zone. House Bill 8034, an act declaring the twin islands of San Pedro and San Pablo, located in the Municipality of Hinunangan, Province of Southern Leyte, as ecotourism zones. House Bill 8035, an act declaring the Tagbak Marine Park, located in the Municipality of Liloan, Province of Southern Leyte, an ecotourism zone. House Bill 8036, an act declaring Barangay Napantao in the Municipality of San Francisco, Province of Southern Leyte, an ecotourism zone. House Bill 8063, an act declaring the Province of Misamis Oriental a tourism development area. House Bill 8064, an act declaring the Cagayan de Oro River and its immediate environs located in Cagayan de Oro City, Province of Misamis Oriental, a cultural heritage and tourism zone. House Bill 8065, an act declaring Migtugsok Falls, located in Barangay FS Catanico, Cagayan de Oro City, Province of Misamis Oriental, an ecotourism site. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 7549, 8033, 8034, 8035, 8036, 8063, 8064, and 8065. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balendong, Barba, Barbers, Barondo, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Bellones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Angelica, Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Pilar, Coanco Jaime, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua Quaresma, De Gooc, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Demoporo Mohamed Kali, Demoporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola, Garin Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara Lizatin, Lee, Legardo, Lebanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luisro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Wamanal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicias, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sacdalan, Sagarberia, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvames, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Toriela, Teodoro, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration and third reading of House Bill number 7549, 8033, 8034, 8035, 8036, 8063, 8064, and 8065. Alvarez Pantaleon, Ataide, Barzaga, Bondok, Cari, Coangco, Jaime, De Jong Hirang, Duterte, Gomez, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnulfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villaferte Miguel Luis.
With 289 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bills numbers 7549, 8033, 8034, 8035, 8036, 8063, 8064, and 8065 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of all local bills pertaining to land transportation offices, House Bills number 3401, 8152, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bills numbers 3401, 8152, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 3401, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Porotan in the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Iloilo, and appropriating funds therefore. And House Bill 8152, an act converting the Las Piñas Land Transportation Office, LTO, Licensing Extension Office into a regular LTO licensing center and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 3401 and 8152. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Agara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Argasa, Asisto, Itay, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Dim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondo, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulbigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Agas, Kahain, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Kuha ko Jaime, Kuha ko Marco, Lado, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kuha ko Resma, Dago, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar de los Santos, Timoporo, Muhammad Kali, Timoporo City, Amina, Junicio Domingo, Duavi, Duhal, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Cleo, Emmanuel, Velga, Escudero, Espares, Espinas, Estrella, Videla Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Judith Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Findebella, Galeos, Garcia, Albert Garcia, Dante Garcia, Jose Oturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garjora, Garin Castaya, Gato, Goy, Christopher Gomark, Goles Gomez, Gonzago, Gonzales Oriol, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Gorseta, Gigo, Ginto, Guldas, Gutierrez, Agidorn, Areso, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wildon, Conjula, Badlabad, Lakson, Noel, Lagman, Lagun, Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Rasatin, D, Ligarda, Liban, Lim Cachon, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Masayda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Molden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nogales, Juan, Fedor Felipe, Nogales, Margarita, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Juan, Ordanas, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padianos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Permis, Gabas, Umaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon, Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Siede Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roca, Sakdalan, Sagalabaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimba, Gonzalo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silvero, Singson Richel, Singson Roland, Singson Mihan, Solon Suan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Talyat, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Regis, Michael, Tan Semir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Chidoro, Teves, Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Cheng, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Endel, Tupas, Tutorti, Umari, Unabio, Unga, Valeriano, Valmero, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafeto, Miguel, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villa, Guillem Suan, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yudi Vinny Grace, UGC Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration of third reading of House Bill numbers 3401 and 8152. Alvarez Pantaleon, Atayde Barzaga, Bondok, Kari, Coanco Jaime, Dayanghirang Duterte, Gomez Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino T. Vergara, Villafete Miguel Luis.
With 289 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the chair declares House Bills numbers 3401 and 8152 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for their consideration on third reading of all local bills pertaining to marine hatcheries. House Bill numbers 7101, 8119, 8120, 8121, 8122, 8123, 8124, 8125, 8126, 8127, 8128, and 8129, 8130, 8131, and 8132. Copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bills numbers 7101, 8119, 8120, 8121, 8122, 8123, 8124, 8125, 8126, 8127, 8128, 8129, 8130, 8131, and 8132, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 7101, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Sagay, province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8119, an act establishing a multi-species fish hatchery and research center in the municipality of Naik, province of Cavite, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8120, an act establishing a central multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Hinunangan, province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8121, an act establishing a satellite multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Pintuyan, province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8122, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Santa Catalina, province of Ilocos Sur, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8123, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Cabadbaran, province of Agusan del Norte, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8124, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Carmen, province of Agusan del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8125, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Asingan, province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8126, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Balungao, province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8127, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Natividad, province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8128, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Tayug, province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8129, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Umingan, province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8130, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Aloran, province of Misamis Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8131, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Oroquieta, province of Misamis Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8132, an act establishing a freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of San Miguel, province of Surigao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of the aforementioned House bills. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimoporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimoporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garinga Sataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Nepli, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn Haresco, Hataman Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lili Garda, Libanan, Limcachong Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Premisa, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Cirillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ciada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarreal Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 7101, 8119, 8120, 8121, 8122, 8123, 8124, 8125, 8126, 8127, 8128, 8129, 8130, 8131, 8132. Alvarez Pantaleon, Ataide, Bondok, Cari, Cojuangco Jaime, Dayang Hirang, Duterte, Gomez, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villafuerte Miguel Luis.
With 290 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill numbers 7101, 8119, 8120, 8121, 8122, 8123, 8124, 8125, 8126, 8127, 8128, 8129, 8130, 8131, and 8132 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of all local bills pertaining to public works and highways. House Bills number 1309, 8080, 8107, and 8133, copies of which were already distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and therefore call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill numbers 1309, 8080, 8107, 8133, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 1309, an act converting the Mayon Southeast Quadrant Road in the municipality of Daraga and the city of Legazpi, all in the province of Albay, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8080, an act establishing a 4-lane viaduct or bypass road in the city of San Jose del Monte, province of Bulacan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8107, an act converting the road stretching from the Daang Maharlika Junction to the barangays of Ilawod, Bagumbayan, Kiwalo, Gabawan, Tabon, Tabon Road in the municipality of Daraga, province of Albay, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8133, an act creating a district engineering office in the 2nd Legislative District of Davao City and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 1309, 8080, 8107, and 8133. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Beronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Oy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Angco Jaime, Co Angco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, de Maporo Mohamed Kali, de Maporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavet, Dohali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espadas, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer Antonio, Fer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gordiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed, Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrono, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Margado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Trillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sacdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Onabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 1309, 8080, 8107, and 8133. Alvarez Pantaleon, Atayde, Bondoc, Cari, Coanco, Jaime, Deyang Hirang, Duterte, Gomez, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnulfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villaferte Miguel Luis.
With 290 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill numbers 1309, 8080, 8107, and 8133 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of all local bills pertaining to Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. House Bills number 7839, 7904, 7905, 7906, and 7907, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill numbers 7839, 7907, 7905, 7906, and 7907, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 7839, an act establishing in Barangay Kamaman-an, City of Cagayan de Oro, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be known as the Cagayan de Oro City Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 7904, an act establishing in the Municipality of Tagkawayan, Province of Quezon, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be known as the Tagkawayan Quezon Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 7905, an act establishing in the Municipality of Bayombong, Province of Nueva Vizcaya, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be known as the Bayombong Nueva Vizcaya Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 7906, an act establishing in the municipality of Minalabac, province of Camarines Sur, a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center, to be known as the Minalabac Camarines Sur Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 7907, an act establishing in the municipality of Labangan, province of Zamboanga del Sur, a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center, to be known as the Zamboanga del Sur Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Provincial Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 7839, 7904, 7905, 7906, and 7907. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agrao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Kinamagsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balendong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhayin, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cabagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Coanco Jaime, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua Quaresma, Dagoak, Delipe, Dalog, de Yanghirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de los Santos, de Maporo, Mohammed Khalid, de Maporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Cleo Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer Antonio, Fer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentibella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Guriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lizatin, Lee, Legarda, Lebanan, Lim Kai Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primcia, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Tanwatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 7939, 7904, 7905, 7906, and 7907. Alvarez Pantaleon, Atayde, Bondoc, Cari, Coanco Jaime, De Yanghirang, Duterte, Gomez, Martinez, Mendoza, Nolasco, Romero, Santos, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnulfo, Tolentino, T. Vergara, Villaferte Miguel Luis.
With 290 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, the Chair declares House Bill numbers 7839, 7904, 7905, 7906, and 7907 as having been approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to the rules of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The chair declares a privilege hour. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Marisa Del Mar P. Magsino of the OFW Party List to avail of the privilege hour.
Honorable Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, Majority Leader Manuel Jose Dalipe, Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, my esteemed colleagues. Mr. Speaker, our topic for today is good governance, an antidote to corruption for the benefit of our overseas Filipino workers. Mr. Speaker, corruption afflicts many aspects of the nation's civic and political life. It takes the form of graft, bribery, nepotism, embezzlement, extortion, fraud, tax evasion, lack of transparency, and sufficient enforcement of laws and government policies. Particularly, no branch or instrumentality of the government is free of it, pervading the state's police service, regulatory agencies, public services, including the judicial system. In 2022, the Philippines ranked 116th out of the 180 countries in Transparency's International Corruption Perception Index, or CPI, which assesses the perceived levels of public sector corruption around the world. This means we are at the bottom of least corrupt countries. The CPI measures the available mechanisms to prevent corruption, such as enforcement mechanisms, effective prosecution of corrupt officials, red tape, laws on adequate financial disclosure, and legal protection for our whistleblowers. Transparency International measures CPI scale from 0, meaning highly corrupt, and 100 as very clean. The Philippines receive a low score of 33. Mr. Speaker, corruption undermines economic development. It weakens the government's capacity to raise revenues as a result of tax evasion and rampant smuggling, resulting to lost revenues that could be channeled to developmental and social welfare projects. By inflating costs in the public procurement process, corruption undermines the quantity and quality of public spending. It also discourages foreign direct investments and development assistance to the country, as donors and investors require the efficient use of funds and capital. From a socio-economic perspective, corruption causes significant problems to the distribution of wealth in society. Mr. Speaker, so grave are the adverse effects of corruption that the international community recognizes it as an international crime under the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And no one is insulated from it. Even our own overseas Filipino workers have become victims of extortion from immigration and custom officials. Above all, corruption corrodes our institutions, which are supposed to foment development that would allow for wider opportunities for them here in the country instead of toiling abroad. But the question is, can corruption be eradicated in the Philippines? If the government truly wants to end corruption, it must aggressively and consistently implement policies directed against it to effectively discourage its commission, if not completely contain it. Mr. Speaker, I dare propound that the promotion and practice of good governance is an effective antidote to corruption in the country. And it is an advocacy of our OFW party list that it is intertwined with our fight for an inclusive, fair, and efficient government systems and frameworks for the benefits of our OFWs. But what is then a good governance? Good governance is participatory and inclusive as it ensures the people, particularly the underprivileged, the vulnerable, and the minority groups, have the opportunities to be heard and their interests considered in the decision-making processes. But it is also requires that participation is informed and organized, which means the freedom of expression and association must be respected. Good governance is consensus-oriented, necessitating mediation of different and sometimes opposing interests to reach an accord on what is best for the community and the greater good and how it can be achieved. Good governance must be effective and efficient. It means that processes and institutions must produce results within reasonable timeframes that meet the needs of society while making the best and optimal use of available resources. More importantly, good governance requires accountability of government on its decisions and actions to those who are affected, to institutional and stakeholders, and to the general public. Accountability is the antithesis of impunity and abuse. However, accountability cannot be enforced without transparency and the rule of law. Transparency means that information is freely available and directly accessible to those who will be affected by the decisions and actions of the government, particularly on those involving the disposition of public funds and enforcement of rules and regulations. It also means, Mr. Speaker, that information provided are not slanted or sanitized and presented in understandable forms and media. Finally, good governance requires fair legal frameworks laid down by a progressive legislator and regulatory bodies that are enforced impartially by an independent judiciary and incorruptible law enforcement agencies, a government of laws and not of men. Admittedly, Mr. Speaker, good governance is an ideal which is difficult to achieve in its entirety. However, actions must be taken to work towards this ideal with the aim of making it a reality if we are to possess a potent weapon against corruption in the country. But fortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have taken positive steps in that direction. Our government has taken a two-pronged approach. First, to establish a culture of accountability among those in public service. Second, to soundly manage the nation's coffers, which includes both ensuring its prudent disbursement and the people's money is used only for the benefit of the citizens. Reforms are in place in the national government through Executive Order Number 24, issued in 2017 by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, which reorganized the cabinet cluster system by integrating good governance and anti-corruption in the policy frameworks of all the clusters. On the other hand, Republic Act Number 11292 was passed, establishing and institutionalizing the Seal of Good Local Governance for local government units, which is an incentive-based program for LGUs to uphold the practice of transparency and accountability in the use of public funds. In the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, reforms have been made through the institution of the Judicial Integrity Board, or JIB, and the Corruption Prevention and Investigation Office, or CPIO. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court justices are exempted from the scope of the JIB and CPIO since justices of the High Tribunal are impeachable officers under the 1987 Constitution and could be only removed through impeachment and quo warranto. The government-owned or controlled corporations. Mr. Speaker, allow me to zero in on another significant sector of the government, government-owned or controlled corporations, or the GOCCs. A GOCC is a government agency organized as a stock or non-stock corporation, vested with functions relating to public needs, whether governmental or proprietary in nature, and owned by the government of the Republic of the Philippines. GOCCs are the state's economic tools for development by ensuring that their operations are consistent with national development policies and programs. However, Mr. Speaker, GOCCs have been notoriously controversial in the past in awarding excessive bonuses and other unjustified incentives to their officials and employees. Hence, in 2011, Republic Act Number 10149 was enacted, creating the Governance Commission for GOCCs, or the GCG, with a declared policy of ensuring that the government of GOCCs is carried out in a transparent, responsible, and accountable manner, and with the utmost degree of professionalism and effectiveness. For one, the law limited the term of appointive directors of all GOCCs only for 1 year and may only be reappointed by our President if one obtains a performance score of above average, based on the performance criteria for appointive directors of the GOCC. In response, Mr. Speaker, to the irregularities of the past, limits to compensation, per diems, allowances, and incentives of GOCC officials and personnel were imposed, and incentives may only be granted if the GOCC has fully paid all taxes for which it is liable, and the GOCC has declared and paid all the dividends required to be paid under its charter or any other laws. All GOCC personnel shall be paid just and equitable wages in accordance with the principle of equal pay for work of equal value. And no GOCC shall be exempt from the coverage of the compensation and position classification system developed by the GCG under the law. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, performance evaluation systems and corporate governance scorecards were also put in place, violations of which will merit the withdrawal of any incentive granted to the officers and rank-and-file employees of the GOCC concerned. With these reforms, Mr. Speaker, in good governance, the governing boards of every GOCC are expected to carry out its functions competently, fully accountable to the state as its fiduciary, and acts in the best interest of the state and the people. In summary, Mr. Speaker, good governance can be effective antidote to corruption in the country by engaging in the following strategic reforms. 1. Reduction of opportunities for corruption by policy reforms and deregulation, targeting corruption-prone departments and agencies. 2. Strengthening the meritocracy and positive values formation in the civil service. 3rd, introduction of reforms on budget processes. 4th, increase in public oversight and development of partnerships with the private sector. Fifth, enhancement of sanctions against corruption. And sixth, support to judicial reforms. These strategic reforms, Mr. Speaker, must be unified under one concerted program, a strong leadership and management structure, and a robust partnership with the private sector and civil society on a one nation and whole of society approach. What does it benefit to our overseas Filipino workers? Mr. Speaker, as the lone representative of the overseas Filipino workers in this august chamber, I am strongly espousing the promotion and pursuit of good governance in our public and private institutions because our OFWs will also greatly benefit from the reduction, if not eradication, of corruption in the country. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the reforms in our GOCCs are a welcome development for our OFWs as they extensively deal with GOCCs, particularly the Social Security System, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig Fund, and the OFW Bank in the process of their application and deployment to their host countries. Good governance and less corruption in the various echelons of the government will also improve the delivery of welfare assistance and benefits for the families of our OFWs they leave behind, providing our OFWs a greater peace of mind and sense of confidence as they toil abroad. Institutionalizing good governance would also mean there will be no space for crooks in our agencies who are allied with illegal recruiters and human traffickers, thereby protecting our OFWs from the claws of illegal recruitment, work-related abuses, and human trafficking. Above all, good governance and less corruption could lead to greater chances of economic growth and development of the country, better employment opportunities, and livelihood assistance for OFWs when they come back home, better living conditions for themselves and their families. Mr. Speaker, the word governance comes from the Latin word gobernare, which means to steer. Hence, a state without good governance is like a ship without a good captain and a safe route, which sails at the high seas at the mercy of the storms of the evils of corruption. My dear colleagues, with the indefatigable President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and our very own chairperson of the Governance Commission, Justice Alex L. Quiroz, I truly believe that our country will sail in the hands of good governance, lest we find ourselves sinking in the depths of corruption and oblivion. I would like to say thank you so much from the OFW party list. My esteemed colleagues, maraming salamat po. Congresswoman Marisa Del Mar Magsino na nagsasabing, OFW, ikaw ang bida. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Marisa Del Mar Magsino to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The privileged speech of Honorable Magsino is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Maria Rachel J. Arenas of the 3rd District of Pangasinan to avail of the privilege hour.
Honorable Arenas is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues in this august chamber, good evening. I rise today on a matter of personal privilege. The World Health Organization dashboard flashes the staggering data that as of May 24, 2023, they have recorded 766,895,075 confirmed cases of COVID-19, including almost 7 million deaths in the last 3 years. As of 22nd May 2023, over 13 billion of vaccine doses have been administered. As we grappled with the pandemic caused by an unknown virus that threatened not just a group of countries, but the entire human race, we realized that health is a global issue where nations could not afford to suffer, survive, or fight alone. Believing in shared goals, close cooperation, understanding, breaking down barriers, and building bridges was a matter of survival for humanity. We also realized in no uncertain terms that health cannot be ignored as an important factor in development strategies and a critical element in foreign policy and security. The trail of deaths, disease, and despair would have been so much worse had the world not quickly come together to wage a united front in the fight against this COVID-19 pandemic. We no longer think that health security is essentially trying to stop disease at the borders. It has become imperative that a wider range of action is needed to have a more strategic approach to health security, and that global health security is integral to foreign policy. Globalization, aided by information and communication technology, has transformed the world into a more interconnected global village. The global pandemic, occurring in the context of a more interconnected world, has shown that the need for a coordinated response to shared public health threats has increased tremendously. As we navigate our way in a more interconnected world, global health diplomacy becomes a key strategy in our foreign policy. Through global health diplomacy, we will be able to keep countries collectively committed to improving health for everyone. Health diplomacy can also raise awareness that health is not just personal and not limited as a national issue, but has many global dimensions. Many events over the last 2 decades have contributed to the development of the field of global health diplomacy, such as the fight against HIV/AIDS, the spread of Ebola virus as public health emergency of international concern, climate change, which is by nature a global event that impacts on the cost of health, floods, tropical storms, drought, water scarcity, heat waves, and air pollution, health threats that impact on national security, challenges to the safety of global drug supply, the threat of emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, the need for pandemic preparedness, the shift of international health assistance to new multi-level collaborative partnership, and the emerging focus on health system strengthening and universal health coverage. In 2008, Vikan Adams, Thomas Novotny, and Hannah Leslie described global health diplomacy as a political activity that meets the dual goals of improving health and strengthening relations among nations. While this definition implies links between public health and foreign affairs, further refinements in the definition have followed. In 2009, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans, International Environment, and Scientific Affairs, Carrie Ann Jones, described global health diplomacy as a critical tool in foreign affairs. She encouraged diplomats in the State Department to consider public health principles along with traditional tools of commercial, military, and political diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, this humble representation believes that now is the time to call for the Philippines to use health diplomacy as a soft or smart power tool in foreign policy, as well as in national security discourse. Now is the time to develop and institutionalize global health diplomacy and to create and deploy women health attachés in all Philippine embassies and consular offices. A health attaché, Mr. Speaker, is key among the practitioners of global health diplomacy, who employs the tools of diplomacy and statecraft to bridge governments' public health and foreign policy objectives. A health attaché is a diplomat who collects, analyzes, and acts on information concerning health in a foreign country or countries and provide critical links between stakeholders in public health and foreign affairs, including the conduct of related policy negotiations, which may encompass relevant sectors such as trade, security, and human rights. Mr. Speaker, as a major country of origin deploying millions of health and social care workers around the world, for the last 6 decades, it is time for the Philippines to heighten its engagement beyond negotiating and managing labor migration, beyond trade, military, agriculture, and economic negotiations. It is time for our country to prioritize the strategic engagement and promotion of global health security and safety, and help facilitate global health governance. Mr. Speaker, the bill which I am about to file seeks to address the aforementioned critical gaps in Philippine diplomacy and be abreast with the developments in the global health diplomacy landscape. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Maria Rachel J. Arenas to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The privileged speech of Honorable Arenas is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Lianda P. Bolilia of the 4th District of Batangas to avail of the privilege hour.
Honorable Bolilia is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed ladies and gentlemen of this august chamber, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Every year, we in Congress are confronted with the arduous task of formulating the national budget in the form of the General Appropriations Bill. This is a tremendous responsibility, one of paramount importance, for on it hinges our collective capacity for national sustainable development. And so we must ask ourselves, is there any existing mechanism for us to know whether we are allocating the right amount to the right programs and projects? Just like the master in the parable of the talents, is it not right that we ask for an accounting of how valuable resources, namely taxpayers' money, were used and what fruits they bore? My dear colleagues, when I say accounting, I do not refer merely to financial accounting and auditing, equally important as there is. Rather, I am talking about an accounting of performance. Do the programs and projects deliver the outcomes and impact they were designed for in proportion to the resources we invest in them? Should we not, as a matter of regularity or routine, ask what works, what doesn't work, and what could work better? I am talking, in short, of the critical need to mainstream impact evaluation. Impact evaluation, according to an international initiative for impact evaluation, or 3IE, consists of analysis that measure the net change in outcomes among particular group or groups of people that can be attributed to a specific program using the best methodology available, feasible, and appropriate to the evaluation question that is being investigated into the specific context. When I talk about outcomes and impact in this context, I refer to the actual benefits felt by the Filipino people. I refer to the results that contribute to the upliftment of their quality of life, such as food security, environmental protection, job creation, education, and health and well-being, to name a few. I believe this is the yardstick by which we should measure everything we do in government. At present, the most cogent expression of this measure is the strategy framework of the Philippine Development Plan. To be clear, we should not imagine impact evaluation as a pass or fail test for programs and projects. Rather, it is a useful tool that will enable policymakers and program managers to attain better understanding of why some programs make a huge impact while others not as much. Equipped with such knowledge, program managers will know how to fine-tune their programs to bolster components that work best and recalibrate those that work less. My esteemed colleagues, we often talk about instilling a culture of learning and evidence-based decision-making in government. Impact evaluation is a huge component in building that culture up. It closes the loop in the program management cycle, which consists of planning, budgeting, implementation, monitoring, and lastly, evaluation. Impact evaluation should inform those other phases of the program management cycle. Impact evaluation has become a global best practice in using evidence as a guide in policy and decision-making for effective national development. Allow me to cite an example to showcase the kind of evidence-based findings that we can generate using impact evaluation and how this can become useful for both policymakers and program managers alike. I am referring to a 2020 impact evaluation study sponsored by the 3IE to assess a maternal and child healthcare program in Udaipur, India. Infant mortality and maternal death rates related to pregnancy and childbirth are among the challenges that India faces. While many factors contribute to the problem, one particular factor identified stems from the unreliable estimates from health surveillance systems, and mothers registered during pregnancy often fail to receive follow-up healthcare simply because they disappear in the state's health registry. The program Cushy Baby was designed as a novel way to track the health of mothers and infants using digital, wearable, and culturally symbolic pendants. Using a mobile app, healthcare workers are able to read and update the patient's medical history without the need for prior data synchronization. By making these pieces of information easily accessible, the program managers hope to influence the behavior of mothers and the healthcare workers toward better prevention and better care for mothers and children. In technical parlance, this is called the theory of change. Using a mix of methods, the evaluators determined that the Cushy Baby system, a seemingly innocuous program, turned out to have significant impact in uplifting its beneficiaries' quality of life. The results gave the confidence of the local government to scale up the program to cover more villages and beneficiaries. Ladies and gentlemen, mainstreaming impact evaluation may appear costly, expensive, and laborious for government, but it is not a luxury. Rather, it is a need, especially in our country where limited resources should be judiciously focused on programs that have been proven to be impactful. Indeed, it is much more costly to not do impact evaluation. If we take on this endeavor and succeed in it, I am certain that we shall make great strides in attaining our national development goals. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, this will redound to the benefit of the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Laarni Roque from the 4th District of Bukidnon for her manifestation.
Honorable Representative Roque is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, may this representation be allowed to make a short manifestation in relation to the privileged speech of the Honorable Lianda Bolilla.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate and commend our dear colleague from the 4th District of Batangas for a well-researched and comprehensive discussion on the critical importance of impact evaluation for the national government. I fully support and agree with the distinguished Representative Bolilla that we should instill a culture of learning and evidence-based decision-making in government. Hence, Impact evaluation should be considered to be a way that our government can be more responsive to the real needs of our people on the ground. Thank you very much for this time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now recognize Congresswoman Ann Matibag from the 1st District of Laguna for her manifestation. I so move.
Honorable Matibag is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I stand today to express my strong support for the use of impact evaluations in national development planning as discussed by our Kong Lianda Bolilia. As we all know, development planning is a crucial aspect of our country's progress and is vital towards rational, effective budgetary formulation. Through careful planning, we ensure resources are used effectively and efficiently to achieve our goals. But planning alone is not enough. We must also evaluate the impact of our plans to ensure that we are achieving the desired outcomes. By evaluating the impact of our plans, we can identify what is working, what is not, and what could work better. This data is critical to improving our development policies and practices. In conclusion, I urge my dear colleagues to join us in supporting the use of impact evaluation in national development planning. By doing so, we can ensure that our resources are being used effectively and efficiently to achieve our goals as we build a better future for all Filipinos. Maraming salamat po at atin ang magandang bukas.
Thank you so much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Lianda Bolilia to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of Honorable Bolilia is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Franz L. Castro of ACT Teachers Party List to avail of the privilege hour.
Honorable Castro, you're recognized. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang araw, Ginoong Speaker, sa mga kapwa ko kinatawan at sa ating mga kababayan. Nito lamang nakarang araw ay pumasok na sa ating bansa si Super Typhoon Betty. At ngayong araw lamang ay tinaas agad ang signal number 2 sa Batanes, Cagayan, Babuyan Islands. Habang signal number 1 naman sa mga probinsya ng Central Luzon, South Luzon at karamihan ng Visayas. Ang tansya na pag-asa ay sa Biyernes palalabas ng bansa ang bagyo. Ngunit palalakasin naman nito ang hanging habagat na magdudulot pa rin ng mga pag-ulan. Alam po natin na hindi bumababa sa 10 ang pumapasok na bagyo sa ating bansa kada taon. Ngunit kulang pa rin ang preparasyon at pondong nilalaan ng pambansang pamahalaan para sa kagyat na matugunan ang mga biktima ng kalamidad. Ginoong Speaker, madalas ay inaasa ng administrasyon ang pagtulong sa mga biktima sa pamamagitan ng mga local government units, non-government organizations, or mga foundations. Sa ngayon, nagkaroon na ng preemptive evacuation na nagsimula pa noong Biyernes sa Negros Occidental, Palawan at Pampanga dahil sila ang tinatayang makakaranas ng malakas na pag-ulan at pagbaha. Idagdag pa ang mga rehiyon na very prone sa pagbaha at mga landslides tulad ng Region 1, 3, 4B, 6, 7, 8 at BARM na siguro ay nasa evacuation centers na rin. Sa estima ng NDRRMC, nasa 1.5 million na Pilipino o aabot sa 8,000 pamilya ang maapektuhan ng Super Typhoon Betty sa mga nabanggit na rehiyon. Ibig sabihin, mula sa nakaraang Biyernes hanggang ngayon, higit kumulang sa mga bilang na ito ang mga Pilipinong bumuhos sa mga evacuation centers sa mga apektadong rehiyon buhat sa salantang maaring idulot at kasalukuyang idinudulot ng bagyong Betty. Malamang ay dadami pa ito sa mga darating na araw. Ang madalas na nagiging evacuation centers ay ang mga paaralan, open courts o gym na hindi naman nakadisenyo bilang mga evacuation center. Wala po tayong existing na system para sa evacuation na kung tutuusin ay year-long na kailangan dahil madalas tayong binabagyo, binabaha, nasusunugan o nililindol. Hindi pa po natin na-institutionalize ang mga evacuation centers at wala rin pong sapat na pondo na nakalaan sa mga ito. Dahil mas biglaan lang ang pagtatayo ng mga makeshift evacuation centers, walang standards na nagsisigurong ligtas at nakasasapat ang mga instrukturang ito. Walang health workers o disaster personnel na nakaalalay. Napakahalaga nito lalo na di pa tapos ang pandemya at maaring magkaroon ng hawaan sa COVID-19 sa evacuation centers. Ibig sabihin, ito ay magiging secondary disaster. Kapag ginawang evacuation centers ang mga paaralan, kung gaano katagal po ang recovery ng mga biktima, ay ganun din po katagal ang walang pasok sa mga paaralan na nakakaapekto sa pag-aaral ng ating mga estudyante. Kaya dito sa Kongreso, napakaraming mga kinatawan ang naghain ng iba't ibang bersyon ng bill para sa Permanent Evacuation Center per municipality and city, hindi lamang ito ngayong 19th Congress, pati ng mga nakaraang Kongreso pa. Mahalaga na isulong na natin ang pag-i-institutionalize sa ating mga evacuation centers at gawin na itong permanente dahil libo-libong Pilipino ang apektado at biktima ng kalamidad taon-taon upang mailigtas din natin ang ating mga kababayan sa sakuna at hindi na lumaki pa ang mga casualties. Ginoong Speaker, nasa Senado na po noong Marso 7 pa at consolidated na panukalang batas para sa permanent evacuation centers, ngunit wala pa rin itong pag-usad. Mas inuuna pang atupagin ang mga agarang pagpapalusot ng Maharlika Investment Fund na tinatayang panibagong kalamidad na sasalanta sa kaban at rekurso ng mamamayan. Itong mga permanent evacuation centers, ang kagyat na kailangan ng ating mga mamamayan upang agad nating masolusyonan ang pangangailangan ng mga biktima ng kalamidad. Kaya Ginoong Speaker, dinidiin ng representasyong ito ang kasalukuyang kalamidad, ang kagyat na pangangailangang ipasa at tuluyang isabatas ang House Bill 7354, an act establishing evacuation centers in every city and municipality and appropriating funds therefore. Kaya Ginoong Speaker, nananawagan tayo sa ating mga counterpart sa mataas na kapulungan na sana ito po ay ipasa na. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker, at muli magandang araw sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Franz L. Castro to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of Honorable Franz Castro is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we immediately transmit to the Senate the bills that we approved on third reading earlier today.
Okay. There is a motion to transmit to the Senate the House bills approved on third reading today. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the additional titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communication and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business. Messages from the Senate. Message dated May 29, 2023, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill 7185.
To the Committee on Justice.
Message dated May 29, 2023, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill 2035, in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
Message dated May 29, 2023, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill 2219, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Message dated May 29, 2023, informing the House that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill 2212, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Health. Majority Leader.
Additional reference of business committee reports. Committee report number 631, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution number 1047.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 632, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution number 1048.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 633, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution number 1049.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 634, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution number 1050.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 635, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution number 1051.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 636, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Bill number 7587.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 637, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution number 1054.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 638, submitted by the Committee on Ways and Means on House Resolution number 490 and House Resolution number 611.
To the Committee on Rules. One more.
Committee report number 639, submitted by the Committee on Health and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 8426.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill number 7751 and Senate Bill number 2212 on establishing specialty centers in hospitals under the direct supervision and control of the Department of Health. The Honorable Representative Ciriaco B. Gato Jr., the Honorable Representative Anthony Rolando T. Goles, and the Honorable Representative Franz L. Castro.
Is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today, we approved the motion to dispense with the reading of Journal Number 76, dated May 23, 2023, and Journal Number 77, dated May 24, 2023. Now, Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve Journal Number 76, dated May 23, 2023, and Journal Number 77, dated May 24, 2023. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Journals number 76 and 77 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Ay, boss. Almost there. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I move to elect the following members to the various committees. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture as member, Violago Joseph Gilbert F. To the Committee on Energy as member, Yamsuan Brian Raymond S. To the Committee on Games and Amusements as Vice Chairperson, Remulla Crispin Diego D. Yamsuan Brian Raymond S. To the Committee on Justice as member, Yamsuan Brian Raymond S. To the Committee on Public Accounts, Lara Joseph Jojo L. To the Committee on Ways and Means as member, Violago Joseph Gilbert F. I so move.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The aforementioned members are hereby elected to their respective committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no business left for the day, I move to adjourn session until tomorrow, Tuesday, the 30th of May, at 3 p.m.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Session is adjourned until tomorrow, May 30 at 3 p.m.